Alright, hello. If you're watching this from the start. Hi, Savage. I am loading this up. I went through all the initial setup and the roleplay and all that. Oh shoot, no. Oh, hang on, I did that wrong. Let me go back here. Alright, there we go. I shouldn't have touched his jacket. So basically I went through all the initial stuff here, got a save point. And the only thing left to do is to load up the supplies. The game actually gives you 3 options in Wintermute. You can only load one of these because of the capacity here. You can load a first aid kit, some emergency food, or a distress pistol. And last time I did this, the long one, I loaded the first aid kit. I didn't really think about this at all. So I loaded the first aid kit. The other things are acid stuff. And you can't not take her stuff. So and these actually do have an impact because after the crash you can actually find items related to these. So you'll find like some antibiotics, painkillers, bandages. This is like a couple energy bars, some water. I think there's a can of food or something. And then this is the distress pistol. So I'm actually going to... Oh. Yeah, I guess it proceeds. If you take too long. So I'm going to load the distress pistol this time. And so that will be there at the crash. And I'm going to skip all the roleplay. We've all seen it before. If you played Wintermute, that is. I mean, you should all play Wintermute.
Straight.
So, a bit of this beginning part is scripted a little weird.
Astrid!
There's a moss bed inside the cave, and it will automatically sleep you to the next day.
Must have gone right through the windshield.
You also have to, before you can sleep, you have to bandage the bleeding hand.
Mostly.
Right. So, before that all gets going, I'm going to go ahead and
Gotta stop that bleeding.
bandage that hand. A little looting here. So the game tells you basically next to make a fire and then sleep in the bed. And like I said, the fire length doesn't actually matter. But there's the fire prompt. Yeah, Lippo. So this fire doesn't actually matter very much. You could certainly scavenge for lots of firewood and make it last a long time, but it actually doesn't matter. It kind of locks, like I said, this first sleep is a little weird.
I need to rest up.
Taking a torch for later. It actually just fast forwards you to the next day. Fires are out. It actually keeps your health level.
Which means she can't come looking for me.
Does a little role play. And now I'm kind of in
because she's hurt.
Free survival mode. There's a few little scripted events, but nothing big. So one of the goals is to just... I mean, the main goal is to last as long as possible. One of these has books in it. There's fire logs. Yeah, I think it's this one that has books. No? Where are the books? I'm gonna do this by hand. I'm trying to keep this. Well, darn. There it is. You should do Wintermute. Also, you know, it's going to be easy. You get through it, but you know, it's an experience. It's part of the game. Alright, so I'm going to head up here. I'm not going to loot everything on the way up. I'm going to be making multiple trips up and down here. I want to get all the free sticks, though, for sure.
I could probably climb that.
And I'm going to make a fire up at the top. I mean, if you do survival first, yeah, it's not going to add much. But if you do Wintermute first, it's a really good tutorial for the game. And like playing it at the beginning is going to be the best experience. So like,
I think I'm gonna make it.
it's what I always like. If I see somebody new playing and they're just jumping straight into survival, I'll always recommend that they instead start a Wintermute run.
Getting weak.
Play through it, and then then they can do the challenges, and then just then it's just survival from there on out.
Finally made it.
So yeah, I mean it depends on the order that you do things, but I think there is a better order, and it is to do the survival or to do Wintermute first before survival.
Need, poor girl. This isn't how things were supposed to end. I've been looking for you. Astrid's back.
I'm not going to pick up that quite yet. Wintermute actually auto-equips your clothing as you pick it up. Alright, and there's the distress pistol. Alright, so match preservation is big on this run.
Come on.
Basically, the only supplies I'll get are what's here initially.
Well, thank goodness for that.
There are sticks that respawn, there are rabbits that respawn, there's a few other things. I only have one can the entire run. I'm going to have this one flare gun and a few shots. Alright, this is going to have some more of its clothing. Alright, gonna wait and warm up just a little bit.
I better look for signs of Astrid.
since I only have the one can basically ever, I need to make sure that it's always making water for me every time I have a fire.
Locked. Whatever's in this case, Astrid was ready to die for it. I hope she hasn't already died for it.
Just making sure I got everything here. There are going to be, as far as I know, a total of 5 bunnies at the start. And then every few days, 3 of the bunnies will respawn.
She definitely passed through here. And in a hurry.
So as far as the range that I let myself go, there's a final rose climb that basically drops you into Milton. So that's going to be the extent of it. I just won't go that far or past that point. Oh, come on. Why can't I target this guy? Let's get down to 1 stone. Maybe that's the problem. God damn it. The 1 stone idea. Last time I did this, I made it for about 40 days. Keeping track of the time is a little difficult in this. I basically have to kind of manually count full days, so it's coming up at the end of essentially like full day 1, daylight 1, whatever you want to call it. Basically counting from the time you woke up from sleeping.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
There's no stats page that I can pull up to see how long I've been playing. So I gotta...
Astrid.
kind of
Where'd she
track it
go?
manually. So this wolf
Is that a wolf?
will essentially,
Keep my distance.
until I disturb him, he will keep eating at that corpse. Last time I did this, I did a struggle with him, and that doesn't always work out very well. Plus, it wrecks the clothes, so that's why I'm trying it with the distress pistol this time. If you are able to either struggle and cut him, or what I'm going to do with the distress pistol and shoot him.
Whoa. Looks like some kind of radio tower. I must be closer to civilization than I thought.
You can obviously harvest him, and you can harvest the deer that he's eating. And that deer carcass actually respawns also every few days. Obviously the cattails don't respawn. I'm gathering them mostly for the tinder. But they will be emergency food at some point.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
There's also 2 birch bark that respawn every few days. The sticks will respawn every few days. One critical thing with the sticks and the birch here is that they don't actually respawn. They have a respawn timer, but they don't actually, like, the game doesn't put them in, because with this challenge, I'm never going to go through any kind of transition or loading screen. So actually, to get them to respawn visibly, I need to exit out and come back in.
Too cold to think.
I'll do that every once in a while. Should be another bunny somewhere. I'll go back and look for that bunny soon. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it.
Someone's gotta go.
Well, this is a shit start. -1 match is actually hugely important. this cave also respawns, just like the sticks. Coal itself isn't actually too important. Fires will overcome the ambient cold, because this is, you know, it's a low difficulty level on this. So you don't actually need hot fires. So these are essentially like the non-renewable. There's a couple more crates, so I will get some more. I'm also going to be using the starvation tactic with food. I'll eat just enough calories to get through a full sleep, and then just starve the rest of the day. Also, obviously, trying to preserve the knife as much as possible. Hides and guts don't actually matter for this. There's no sewing kit. No way to make any kind of extra clothing.
Surrounded by snow, nothing to drink. Out here and set up a snow shelter, which is kind of the MVP of this whole thing. You're given 7 cloth around the, scattered around the plane crash, and it takes 5 to make a snow shelter. I'm actually before I had made it outside that cave, but I'm going to try this location. I think it'll be a little bit better. Turned out pretty well.
Oh my, damn it. Let's scratch 2 matches. Fuck, this might even just be not even worth it. 2 matches is major. Alright, come on. I might restart this. Hey, Cheryl. if the torch goes out, I'll just come back in here and sleep, but I'm gonna go see if that... There should be a 5th bunny somewhere at one of the 2 ponds. So I'm gonna go check for that. Try to preserve this fire as long as possible. Hey, Red, how are you? Alright, there's that bunny. Here is a little iffy. Gotta check for more sticks. And I'm gonna go ahead and try to kill that wolf for the first time. It's not it's not going great, games. I've already wasted two matches. And when I only have 20 to start, 21 to start, yeah, it's not good. Alright, starting to red line here. I might just consider this a warm-up and restart. Coming back out for that bunny. Big annoyance. Losing matches. Huge negative impact. Yeah, the health yo-yo on this is going to be fun to watch. I'm gonna take a shot at the wolf here. If it doesn't go well, that's gonna be a restart. Give it another go. Pistol kit, jacket. Yeah, it's too big of an impact. I'm looking to break my record of 40 days surviving here, and you know, I need it to go a little bit better.
Astrid! Must have gone right through the windshield. Trees broke my fall. Oh, mostly.
Bandage, a little looting. I also screwed up remembering where the books were, so.
Oh, hot, hot, hot!
Thought I could walk over this rock. Alright. It's more just, you know, nitpicky perfectionism at the day one. I just needed to go, you know, I know what an impact it has in the long run to mess up day one.
Astrid. Astrid! Must have gone right through. Trees broke my fall. Oh, mostly. Head feel thick.
I mean, to be honest, if this fire fails, I would restart also. Yeah, it's a 95% chance, but
I don't feel so good. I need to rest up.
should I do the same? What took you 180
Astrid
hours?
hasn't come looking for me, which means she can't come looking for me because she's hurt, or worse. I'd better get back up to the crash site.
Start mode for charge. Gotcha. It's the one with accelerants. I'm gonna leave that. I don't need those right away. I'll be able to come here later on a warm day and finish looting some of the stuff. Things like branches, I'll come back for.
I could probably climb that.
It doesn't matter how long it took you. It just matters if you had fun.
I think I'm gonna make it.
That's kind of why I'm not sure why people like try to turn off new players from playing Wintermute. Wintermute is just, it's survival with a few extra tasks and a map that you can see where you are and learn. You learn a bunch of key locations. You learn all the basic survival skills. You can have different opinion about the story, but the value of it as a tutorial for new players, I don't think can really be questioned.
Not sure which of us looks worse. Poor girl. This isn't how things were supposed to end. I've been looking for you.
You're not the worst survivor.
Come on.
You can hate playing Wintermute for yourself. That's fine, but like I said, it's for new players, right? I just don't think it helps anything to turn people off of Wintermute.
There must be signs of Astrid around here somewhere. It's just irrational. I guarantee that's... I'm going to guarantee that that's just what they tell you. Because that's easier than saying that the game was hard and they found it difficult. Like so there's literally no reason to tell somebody to just jump into Pilgrim Survival rather than Wintermute. Wintermute is going to be the superior experience to learning in like Pilgrim. Now, if somebody's very familiar with survival games and, has a quick grasp of it, sure, let them jump into survival. But then they're not going to, be asking opinions about, how to get started. Not miss this bunny
she definitely
this time.
passed through here. And in a hurry.
Every episode adds something new, right? For learning, and particularly it teaches you some critical locations, right? Episode 2 teaches you Mystery Lake, Forlorn Muskeg, Broken Railroad. Teaches you how to forge. Introduces you to the forge. That's not something a new player would normally be like. A new player would not come across that naturally. Buddy.
Someone's been here recently. Could it have been Astrid?
Come on. Well, I mean, for a lot of the game's history, Wintermute was the game, right? they didn't seemingly really know what they had at the start.
Ah! These Wintermute hands, I tell you. Yep, I'm gonna blame. Clearly, that's the problem. Sorry, I'll catch up on chat in just a minute. I just need to focus a little bit. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, like, Hinterland really exacerbated the rift between story and survival when they separated them. I understand the technical reasons why they separated it, but the reality is that it split the... I think it really confuses new players to do that. Especially like splitting them from a pricing perspective and making it sound like, you know, story mode is the DLC. So yeah, new players are directed to a survival experience that has no on-ramp, right? There's that bunny. Come on, bunny. I think a large part of the potential player base really doesn't want to refer to like online guides, you know. Like a game like this should not require a bunch of like external research. It shouldn't require you to watch streams of the game or or playthroughs to know the basics. But you know, as it was developed, you know, story mode was the on-ramp, and they've kind of abandoned that concept. And a certain part of the more experienced player base, who, what I would say is, if you want to know, watch streams of people playing for the first time. Hinterland loses a lot of customers because people see, people are directed, or shown the Wintermute as a DLC. Even players that do start with Wintermute have issues, right? The game, even in Wintermute, is not very friendly. It's acceptable, but it's not very friendly. When I watch people just starting, usually the first thing I tell them is to look at the journal. Like, it's not obvious that this is such a very important source of gameplay information, right? As I play, this thing will fill out. First of all, it's shit to navigate. You have to select like the topic heading and then hit select, and then you go through the individual items. This is a great resource, right?
but it's buried by this little yellow exclamation mark next to another yellow exclamation mark for the missions. Very few people discover this on their own, but once it's pointed out to them, they use it largely. Some of them skim through it, you know, try to play cool, you know. But it's not advertised very well in the UI. Alright, it's 15 minutes. I got a couple cattails maybe. But yeah, I mean, even with its flaws, even with you know, the UI, that information in the journal being kind of shittily presented, I can't imagine sending somebody directly to survival where they have none of that, where they don't have. I don't have a map right now until I go into town, where they don't have a map to start. Because inevitably, you know, if they want to learn the maps, you know, yeah, they can stumble around, and some people will stick with it long enough to learn the maps that way, but a lot of them are sent to, you know, online resources, non-official resources, right? Like the maps are community made. So they're only, you know, I mean, they're good enough, but they're not, you know, they're not great. Just verify that I've cleaned these guys all out.
Astrid, where did you go?
It's very valuable as you play. So you get this, press J for more information, that opens the journal. But what it should do is if you encounter this wolf and it says, you know, press J for more information, it should stop you, pause the game, and land you right on this page and make you exit out of it, right? Or, you know, just put this in a pop-up, you know, that pauses the game, you know. It should do that for all of these things. So at least it's like people have eyes on it. And, you know, obviously you could give people the option to turn off that feature, you know, where it stops the game and pops up. But, you know, the default experience should be to put that sort of information very,
looks like some kind of radio tower,
very visibly in front of the player.
Closer to civilization than I thought.
Yeah, the journal is a story exclusive. I'm actually going to build a fire here tonight. Yeah, the journal is only in the story mode.
Come on.
Yeah, I mean, Zach's great, but he shouldn't be, you know, no single, you know, YouTuber, streamer, anything like that should be the on-ramp to the game. You know, Anybody who's just browsing through games on the on the Steam or whatever game store should be able to load this up and just get it, right? And just load it up, install it, launch it, and be set up for the basics.
That did it.
Oh, damn it. Up the birch bark, respawn timer going.
I could drink almost anything about now. Can't feel my hands.
Mr. Hez, you do have a point. I don't know if you've ever seen people playing for the first time and they land in Black Rock. That's entertaining. Yeah. The having a game's initial introduction be the Black Rock region. Whoa. Even on Pilgrim, like, Timberwolves, like, okay, so you just bought the game, you land in Black Rock, and you meet your first Timberwolf pack. You're dead. Right? You're just dead. And now Timberwolves can be anywhere, as a rare spawn. You get the grace period. But yeah, it's not good. Not good. So yeah, I do like that Wintermute, you know, just because of the natural course of development of the game, really is it introduces you to all these zones that are. Don't blow my torch out! Don't blow my torch out! Don't blow my torch out! To all these zones that are very central. They're going to be zones that you're passing through most of the time that you play. Alright, well I was going to sneak over and kill the wolf, but I think with the wind it's going to be a waste of a match. I think it'll blow out. Have a shot. See if the fire holds up just enough to cook this. I'm a way better health position than I was on that last start. Plus I've got 2 extra matches. It's well worth it. Also have more water somehow. Alright. Water is a big limitation in this. Yeah, 1 can just doesn't cut it. Makes it so that this fire's gonna get blown out here. Back a couple torches maybe. I am playing in from the area of the plane crash all the way through to the final rose climb that takes you into Milton. So that's going to be my kind of allowable range. This guy's all done. I can go live up here. Alright. So I need 720 calories for a 12-hour sleep. It's not quite 9 hours, so...
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
Yeah, I think that's fine. The skill points, you know, that's fine. You can do without that. Alright, 9 hours sleep. I don't think it'll be quite that. It's just under 9.
back up.
I've been so hungry in my life.
So this is technically day 2.
I think my stomach is eating itself.
So we're going to starve and possibly dehydrate as long as possible. And then eat and drink and then sleep another 12 hours. And that's going to be kind of the pattern. It's going to be a lot of stick and branch gathering in between. Eventually I'll grab the teas and stuff. Those are more emergency food at some point. Same thing with cattails. Hey Cyrus, welcome in. Yeah, so Wintermute may not be a great tutorial, but it is the only tutorial out, without going to outside resources.
My fingers feel numb. So cold in my life.
Alright, it's not very warm. Alright, I think I'll go down to the cave. I think it'll be warmer. Nope, it's not warm in here. Alright, back to the shelter. Shelter MVP. There will be a lot of time passing and stuff in this. So, snow shelters are great. They give you basically a 15-degree bonus. They also, there's no wind, so that can be a bonus too. And when you sleep, you get +3. So, big MVP. You can also get the +3 when you're past time using, if you use this menu, this pastime, you don't get any bonus, but if you use the rest pastime, you get the bonus. Another stupid feature. Bottle pastime. Just get fully warm. Yeah, snow shelter's MVP. This, every 10% it drops, to repair it'll cost me 1 stick. If it does reach 75%, it'll cost me 1 cloth, and then another cloth at 50 and 20. So what I really cannot let this do is hit that 75%, because I was only given 7 cloth in this whole run, and so that's a buffer. That's 2 emergency ones if I miss a repair or something like that. But I might also need those for bandages.
So yeah, the solution is to just keep paying attention, try to repair it with just the sticks, because those are free to respawn. To build it initially, you need 15 sticks and 5 cloth. So, like I said, I was given 15 to start, or 7 cloth to start. So 5 of it went to build that shelter, and it's well worth it. All right, I want to try to hit this guy. Good, got him. Nice. So he'll run off and die somewhere. They do take 45 minutes to build, so if you're already cold, you know, it's not a good idea to try to build a snow shelter. Right. It's actually fairly warm right now, so I'm gonna try to get as many branches as I can. Get back before getting cold. Yeah, probably enough about Wintermute from me. Although, I know everybody's got strong opinions, but I know where I stand. Wintermute, good for new players. But in this, so like the whole premise of this is, you know, based on survival guide advice that says, you know, if you're in a crash, you know, don't wander off. Your rescue is going to probably find that crash faster than it's going to find you wandering around the wilderness. So as long as you can, you should stay with your crash, you know, unless you're in danger or, you know, it becomes a survival problem to stay there at the crash. You know, if you need resources. They do say, like, if you do have to leave, they should leave some indication what direction you went. So I'm going to be doing that with these stones. You know, staying near the crash here isn't actually, you know, there's not a lot of resources, no food really. So gotta let rescuers know how to find me. Go. Got a little time to look for sticks and stuff around here. I'm still not sure on the teas. There's a lot of rose hips and of course the birch bark. Birch bark probably is going to be useful, but rose hips, you know, the problem is that they take up a lot of water, right? So I'm not sure that the math will work out. If I'm short on calories, then they probably make sense. If I'm short on water, then they probably don't. So we'll see if I can get ahead of one resource or the other, then that'll help me really nail down whether it's worth it or not. Gotta make it really obvious for the rescuers. Will's a pilot, man. He should know this. He should have never left the plane crash in the first place. Right? Yeah. I filed a fight plan, you know. They know where I was headed. They're going to be sending rescue any day now. Yeah, the teas do give calories. So like I said, if I find that if I've got a surplus of water and I'm short on calories, then it makes sense to make them. If it's the opposite, if I need water more than I need the calories, then it doesn't make sense. And we'll see how it goes. Getting cold. I really don't want to take too much cold damage here. Warm up in the shelter, come back out. I can carve the meat off this carcass and try to find the wolf.
Die if I don't warm up soon.
I should have died around here somewhere. Toasty warm it is in here. I got 6 antibiotics. I don't have any bandages right now. I mean, in theory, I shouldn't need any. If I that wolf will respawn, right? So he'll die, and he will respawn. So I will have to watch out for him. I'm going to hopefully not get in a struggle with him to the point where I need bandages, because I don't have antiseptic also. There are some old man's beards. I suppose those would work. But yeah, getting into a struggle will have a huge negative impact on the clothing. It's already pretty rough. Pass some time. try to avoid using the non-renewable wood as much as possible. Stick to sticks. Hey, Estelle. Alright, that'll be the deer. Where's my wolf, though? I think he can run down this way, so I'm going to check. I'm giving myself the area from the plane crash down to there's the radio tower, and there's a road climb that drops you down into Milton, so that's kind of my range. Should see crows for the wolf. Yeah, in a survival scenario, once we'll figure, there he is. It's a good place for him to die at, actually. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna use the. I do have to pay attention. This will take damage eventually, so I do have to be cognizant of that. The wolf meat, it's gonna be supplemental. I should have cut that into 0.7. Alright. Yeah, look at that. That's 4% damage just from carving him up. 100 to 96 just carving, 4 kilograms off him? Turns out metal shards aren't very robust. I am not using the bunker if it's here. I don't think it's actually here in Wintermute. But yeah, I mean, it'd be kind of, you have to kind of reverse goat up to it from this side. It's a little cheesy. So I'm not going to do it even if it was there. Exactly. Yeah. No point in feathers.
Can't feel my hands.
Let's not get too cold here.
It's gonna get a lot colder soon.
Repair this.
Feels like something is sapping my energy.
All right. It can technically get cold in the shelter, and I'm hitting night. So I gotta kind of be a little careful how far I push my health total here.
asleep right here.
Yeah, see, it's not very warm. Alright, I think that's good enough. Alright, I'm going to sleep for 12 hours here, so I need 720 calories.
I need some water.
Full thirst. Cross fingers, this doesn't go critical. Alright, it actually did get cold, so. Taking this stuff to the cave.
Goddamn freezing.
Gonna cook there.
I could eat anything right now.
I mean, it could potentially get warm soonish. But, yeah.
Come on. Fire's life out here. Cooking the wolf meat is, it's not going to be my main source of food, obviously. But, it's good to have. It will shore up the calories. So this would be day 3, I think. I do wish there was some way to do it. Some sort of stats thing that I could use to keep very accurate record of the time. unfortunately, since the cold woke me up, I did waste a few calories on from what I ate to sleep for the 12 hours.
Can't feel
since I got woken up early because of the cold. But, yeah, that's going to happen.
Oh. Someone's just sitting here, frozen. What the hell? Damn.
Painkillers, no value. Make sure there's no sticks up here. Alright, let's get back. So yeah, basically, that's as far as I go. There's actually I don't think there's ever any sticks up here, so I won't even need to come up that far anymore. When I get a warm day, I'll go up to the crash also. Still a couple of crates. There's gonna be sticks and branches and stuff to get there too. So yeah, on the sticks and branches, like I said earlier, they do respawn along with the coal that's in this cave and the 2 birch bark. They don't like respawn naturally. They have their own timer, but they don't like visually pop into the world because there's no transition zones. So what I have to do is actually quit and come back in. And I'll do that, every once in a while, just to see if things are coming back. They're actually almost perfectly sized for one night's sleep. I need 720 for a 12-hour rest. These are actually not bad.
Can you eat trees?
You can eat trees, you just can't digest them. I'm going to keep this fire going as long as possible. Stay here until the wind dies down so I can carry it. So trying to shoot the wolf next time is going to be much more challenging because he's not going to be standing still. But I do have 3 shots, so it may work.
Too tired to think straight.
Still sounds windy out there actually. I'll keep this going. A bit windy, I might lose the torch, but it's fine at this point. cut that out. What they coat your shredded cheese with? That now that sounds like tinfoil hat. Gonna try to go down to the plane crash since it's warm. Some of these branches I can get later. Shorter trip. Better for colder days. show you all my favorite branch in the whole game. This is a branch. Stick for scale. Branch, stick, torch. And yeah, you get 3 sticks breaking it down. These crates only take 12 minutes, but I'm kind of running a little short on torches, so...
That's done.
Come with me, little branch.
I could use a drink.
Fun fact, Cyrus is alive.
Very heavy with sticks right now. Got way more than I thought I would. Get that crate eventually one day.
It's getting dark out here. Time to look for shelter. Someplace to escape this cold.
So basically to survive the cold at night, I really rely on the warmth from the snow shelter. Trying to maintain a fire that is, it's a good bit wasteful, right? So I essentially want to be making water every moment of every fire. Otherwise I will not have enough in the long run. Drop a few sticks off. I don't need to be carrying this many. This fire go out. Try to sleep off. Sure, let's go for the wolf meat tonight.
I'm so cold, I'm warming up again.
Take that 1% risk. Alright. Try for 12. Nice. Full health.
horse.
Alright, what do I need to do today? Still really cold. Alright, so we're going to stick in the shelter. Might as well prepare these. I'm going to be dehydrated and starve today.
Where can I find something to eat? Need a drink.
Yeah, I think I'll just pass time until it gets warmer. There's a few more branches out there I want to get. This would be day 4. So keeping an eye out for the bunnies. I had 5 bunnies initially, but when they respawn, there's only going to be 3 in this area. Yeah, bunnies are like cockroaches, you know. For every one you see, there's, you know, 6 or 7 that you don't. I trust that. Alright. Cold wind. Yeah, I don't have any mechanism of any means of making a trap.
yeah, for you need a workbench to make snares. Plus, I'm not going to have access to anything, any scrap metal or. I mean, I could get cured hides, but
My fingers feel
there's, like I said, there's no workbench, so there's no value. It's a little windy. I'm going to get back to the shelter. Try not to take the damage. Eek. Real cold. Clothing is kind of awful in this. It doesn't get that cold, but it's, you know, it's all relative, right? There's no means of getting better clothing. It's just going to deteriorate over time. So, yeah, I mean, essentially every night's going to get worse. The weather really doesn't get worse. You know, there's natural variability, but it's the clothing that is going to degrade over time. So it's going to mean staying warm at night is going to require, you know, some fires. My last run, I got hypothermia, and it was no good. Like it was a very bad situation to get hypothermia. So gonna have to use matches if necessary to avoid that. But, yeah, nice and warm in here. Can pass some time to top up. Go ahead and repair. I mean, just to save a little bit on stick, very min-maxy, but to save on sticks, I'm going to try to repair that every time it gets near like 90, 91% or 80, 81%. Just to kind of get the full value. Alright, so deer carcass is despawned. It will come back at some point, so will the wolf. Unfortunately, the wolf doesn't come back eating the carcass like the first one does. He just kind of spawns in that area.
make another.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
Another arrow for the rescuers to find us.
So cold in my life.
At a certain point, sleeping during the day is going to be like big part of the strategy, I think. It's easier to get that 12-hour
It's dusk, so night can't be far behind.
full sleep in. And I can monitor, things like hypothermia risk if I'm not trying to sleep through. See if this wolf, no, the wolf carcass is up here. Alright. One intestinal parasite's averted. If that ever does land, it's gonna be real bad. Alright, so it just auto-saved. So I'm actually going to quit out and load back in. And doing this, there we go. Doing this lets the game spawn in the sticks and branches if they're due for respawn. One of those quirks of Wintermute.
Can't feel my hands. If I don't rest soon, I'm gonna faint. So cold. Die if I don't warm up soon.
Alright, I actually shouldn't eat these because individually they'll give me 1% risk. That's no good. Alright, got this one. Alright, got water. Alright, gonna go for like an 11-hour sleep, I think. Perfect. And back at full health. Yo-yo. This is the yo-yo diet.
All I can think about is food.
Alright, should have another autosave in a few minutes here. I'll probably take advantage of that and check for more sticks.
So hungry. Mouth so dry.
Alright. See how coal respawned. sad music.
I'm freezing.
I think the game thinks I'm in trouble. Alright, should have an autosave here soon. And there it is. Yeah, the game worries too much. No, you're given 7 cloth, and I had to use 5 for the snow shelter, so I've got 2 extra that'll mostly be, very likely be for me when I forget. This is spawned back. That'll be for me when I forget to repair my shelter. Why is what not in game? See what you miss when you don't play Wintermute? Yeah, Wintermute has its own soundtrack. It's music is actually a really good part of this. I am Raph's alt account. You can actually buy the soundtrack. It's in the Steam store as basically like a DLC. I'm sure they sell it elsewhere. Bunnies should be spawning back here soonish. So might that wolf, but... It's not a fair trade. It's not a fair trade because you getting the soundtrack would be much better than me getting the DLC. You might at least play the soundtrack. I should check. I'm gonna go check the check where that wolf died. There's a bug in the main game that if you kill something with a flare gun, you can actually recover the flare. It kind of drops off on like an arrow, and it's a fully usable flare. I'm going to check purely out of curiosity, not to actually use it. So this would be day 5, I think. It's so hard to keep track of the days. Too much passing time and 12-hour sleeps. In the wall here. Oh well. If it's there, I probably wouldn't be able to interact with it.
wall here. I feel like this little side path was some sort of like leftover from some other idea, that they were planning. It's such an odd little space. This cave isn't even very good. It's not a real cave. That path goes nowhere. There's almost never any loot. There was an autosave, so I'm gonna quit out and come back in. No game, don't do this to me. No game, do not do this to me. Yeah, fully stuck. Maybe? Really? Yeah. Nope. Not gonna sit there stuck. It's a game issue, not a player issue. I wasn't even doing anything like really, nefarious. Like that spot looks like someplace you could just stop and build a fire. But it's a trap. I know, man. Prof kneeled. Actually wondering how many stones it would take to make a SOS sign visible from the air. So it'd have to be pretty big and highly visible. That's what she said. That's going to take a lot of stones.
Hey, Birch Bark. Yeah, maybe a big X would work better than an SOS. I just figure this would probably be a good place for like a helicopter to land, you know. I'm sure that's what they're going to send to rescue me. Unfortunately, like stones are going to be the main resource to build this big sign. Everything else is kind of needed. You think a big X? I mean, it could work. Like I said, it's just going to take a lot. But I got nothing but time. I would assume any sort of visible mark that just stands out from nature would work. I think it says more about you than me that you went straight for the dong. I mean, I'm making one leg of an X, so, you know, I could convert it to a dong at some point, I'm sure. Hours before I would sleep. Do a quick check for bunnies. Auto save. I really shouldn't load back here. I don't know if that triggers a wolf respawn or not. Well, I'm sure the pilots all know each other, so it'd probably be like, oh, that's Will. The thing is, the sign's going to take forever just because it takes a long time for the, the stones to respawn. I could temporarily use rabbit carcasses, I suppose. No charcoal option out of these.
Can't feel my feet.
Can also temporarily use some wood. Cedar would stand out pretty well, I guess. That looks janky, but whatever.
So cold.
Alright, this is going to be a desperation meat pile here. Do a 9-hour sleep here, probably. $540. Yes, 8 hours could be fine.
Gotta eat soon.
Just gonna pass time. Hopefully it warms up before too long. Perfect.
Looks like I survived another night.
Way to go, Will. Alright, yeah, I can temporarily use some of this. I might have to reclaim the reclaimed wood.
I need something to drink. And soon.
But I don't need the firewood quite yet. Kind of looks objectively bad, but maybe from the air it would look fine. Keep working on it. It's an X. It's certainly something.
Someplace to escape this cold.
Keep our shelter repaired. 43 sticks. I'm actually feeling pretty good about the supplies here. We'll need to make a fire at some point.
My fingers feel numb.
Alright, let's pass a little time. Warm up. Just walked out from behind a tree. Pretty high health. I'm actually kind of wondering if I try to take a shot here. I'd like to know his range. That's a big question. Like, how close can I get before he senses me? Really like to only take a shot at him when I'm very near high health, full health. The shard of metal is a surprisingly bad knife and a surprisingly bad melee weapon. So,
Yeah, I'd rather be full health. I've done struggles with him from full health in this, and I've lost. It's that bad. And I've got 3 shots. I don't need to necessarily kill him every time he respawns. Especially if he's, you know, down that side corridor there. He's kind of out of the way. Just gonna walk up here and check for bunnies. Could also possibly lure him to someplace where I could stand on, like maybe this tree or something, and just lure him close so that I'm not in any risk of getting in a struggle with him. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, compared to last time, having the distress pistol has already made a big difference. Because I didn't have to get into a struggle with them to get to that deer carcass. That was the only other option before. Alright, it's actually getting fairly cold. Yeah, I think that tree would probably work well, especially if I, had a little scent on me. Just lure him close, wait for him to howl, and then take a shot.
Too cold to think.
Yeah, he's fine. If he's out of the way right now, like, there's no immediate threat if he's going to just kind of live down that way. Is this D6? D5 or D6? D6 maybe. See what's happening to my fatigue indicator there. It doesn't show as an affliction. Hypothermia is different, but it doesn't show as an affliction. But if you're hungry for too long, it actually starts reducing your fatigue meter. That's what that red mark is. It's kind of rare to see it, obviously, because don't usually stay hungry for this long. It was a good idea, the X. It was a good idea. Much easier than trying to do what I was thinking of doing and do block letters SOS. Yeah, I don't think I get charcoal. I checked on the fire here. I could check my main fire and see if I can get charcoal from it. But I didn't get charcoal from this one. It's pretty warm. I'm gonna go see if there's any sticks up closer to the plane crash. Sorry, you're gonna see this area a lot. Like, I'm gonna be in and out of this area all the time, just stick collecting, basically. You know, as days get later, the fires are gonna have to get longer, so I need to stay on top of fuel. Hey, Sakurai. Brilliant. There was a news story about a guy who did that both a credit card application. He basically modified the credit card application and sent it in and got issued the card and all this. And the credit card company tried to like take it back, you know, try to get out of it, but they weren't able to because, you know, they agreed to it. They had, you know, he didn't really do anything wrong. Yep. Yeah, they didn't win. Many years ago, there was a promotion where you collected points from Pepsi bottles, containers, and in one of their commercials, you know, their commercials would say, like, you know, for X number of points, you'd get, you know, this item. More points, you get this item. And as a joke, at the end of their commercial, they had, I think it was a Harrier jet for like some obscene number of points, like, you know, something that was unachievable, right? But they did it, you know, as a joke. And somebody actually got that many points and tried to cash them in. Yeah. Yeah, see, I'm not even sure if you can get charcoal from fires in this. That one actually didn't run for too long, so that might be a bad one to look at. Did he get that? I don't remember the ending of that story. I'm going to assume he didn't get the jet, because how would Pepsi ever get their hands on a jet to give him? I'm sure there was some sort of settlement, or, you know, I do not know the ending of that story, so if if somebody can look it up and verify it. I'm telling you, that jet would come in handy here to rescue Will. Yeah, that might be the case. Like, they must have had to give him some sort of value, but like an actual jet, it's kind of a controlled piece of equipment, Yeah, none of these fires are giving me cold, but I'll check the main one. I ran that one much longer. I think you get a charcoal, was it per hour? 1 charcoal per hour the fire ran. Where are the bunnies?
So cold. Just want to lay down for a bit.
This should be day 6. It might be day 5. It's so hard to keep track. But really, in either case, I should see the bunnies by now. Yes, no charcoal on the fires. All right. Now we're going with the sad music again, are we? It's 11 hours. 660. It's basically 2.5 of these. A little bit more. A little bit more. There we go.
Sun's setting. It's gonna get a lot colder soon.
Bunny. So there'll be one here and then. God damn it.
I'd eat snow if the hypothermia wouldn't kill me.
One here and then 2 up by the
other pond. Where'd that stone go? Hello?
Looks like a new day is dawning.
Day 7. Gotta go get those other bunnies. Try to get them ASAP. Get the next spawn timer going. This guy's back. Yeah, it's
Die if I don't drink something soon.
gonna get cold, but harvesting him before the wolf comes back out. Wolf's been living in a little side tunnel for quite a while. That's fine by me. Bunnies. Yes, got the bunnies. Fuck. I don't know how to aim when my hands aren't covered in rabbit skin gloves. Come on.
might come out of hiding to check this out, check the scent out. Give me a second. I might have to reread that to figure out what autocorrect modified. Try to use the metal shard to harvest only if I'm sitting out there in the cold. Otherwise, I'll try to hand harvest to keep it as good condition as possible. Cool. Hopefully, everything's getting back to normal, hopefully, for you. Alright.
Can't feel my feet.
Let's warm up and go back out for sticks. Check the coal cave, too. Yeah, no charcoal here either. Yeah, I guess you just don't get it in Wintermute.
Tell you another thing I wish I could make is a 70 sticks. Oh. I'm way ahead on the sticks.
I need to find some place to escape this cold.
Draw a spiral on the ground. Yeah, I'm happy with the X. Like that's really easy to put together. You know, I might slowly replace the wood with the stones, because at some point I'll need the autosave. At some point I'll need the wood. I'm not actually sure what I'll give out first. In my last run, clothing degradation was really hurting. So I really couldn't maintain warmth for very long, which meant, like, you know, longer and longer fires, right? And unfortunately, like, you know, less and less time actually out collecting wood. So it you know, it becomes kind of that, you know, that downward spiral. So if I can keep ahead of, you know, if I can keep ahead of collecting wood here at the start, I can extend the end. What really got me on the last one was basically having to, you know, I couldn't sleep through the whole night without risking hypothermia. So I would have to, you know, stop sleeping and start fires. And anytime anytime I had to make a fire unexpectedly, that costs a match. So, you know, more towards the end, what I'll have to do is try to maintain, like, essentially constant fires, you know, 24 hours a day if I can.
I think I need to lay down. die if I don't warm up soon.
Gotta take care of that hierarchy of needs. Gotta have a stable and safe shelter, then, you know, food, water. Eventually, once that's all taken care of, you can get in and do fun things like make spirals on the ground. How's the not dying? I'm successfully not dying. Or maybe rephrase, in a constant state of dying, and then yo-yoing back up. No, like basically I'm not entering Milton. So I've got from the plane crash itself down to the radio tower, that's above Milton. And so I'm not going past that. There's like a final rose climb right there. And I'm just living in this area. Doing starvation and dehydration and sleep deprivation. Temperature deprivation sometimes too. I think I might go for... I've got enough water, so it's really the food. I think I might just have to go for a wolf to cover my next sleep. I'll roll the dice on the parasite risk, 1%. I think I will... Yeah, my next fire is going to be when it's needed on an emergency basis, I think. I've got at least 2 more days of supplies here. So, pass some time. I'll let the fatigue meter hit 0. And then do a 12-hour sleep.
It's getting dark out here. Time to look for shelter. I'm feeling so drained.
Hopefully I can sleep through the night. This was day 7, so I'm going into day 8. It's really hard to keep track of the days, but I'm counting basically from sun up to, I'm counting each sun up, because that's kind of the crash is at night, but you wake up in the morning, so it's kind of how I'm keeping track of the days. All right, 12-hour sleep. Let's hope it's warm enough. Full health. Yo-yo.
I could eat anything.
Yep. I get 3 new bunnies. It looks like about every 5 days. There's a deer carcass that I can harvest every few days also.
I'm so thirsty I can't think straight.
And yeah, it's a pretty easy difficulty, you know, so there's, you know, some mechanics that I can make use of here. Yeah, it's pretty cold. I actually don't want to stray too far from the shelter. Yeah, it's still early morning.
Weak.
Okay, I should get another autosave here soon. Autosaves in real time, so I'm just going to sit here until it hits. Autosave. Pretty sure this is day 8.
Wolf is being a real bro, staying in his little side tunnel over there. It's making it a lot less stressful. Yeah, the stick regeneration's a little weird. They do have a respawn timer like normal, but the game doesn't actually put them out because I'm not going through any transition, you know, in and out of buildings or anything like that. So in order to get them to actually show up, I have to wait for an autosave, quit out, and then resume. So, yeah. Exactly. Took me a long time to figure that out. Not intuitive, so my other attempts at this, I didn't have full advantage of that. It's just like, you know, waiting for days and days for sticks to show up. And then I'd like quit and come back to it the next night, you know, the next stream, and then I'd have all these sticks out there. Like, hey, it's not cheese. It's not cheese. It's not cheese. I'm not doing anything weird. Nothing going on down here. No respawns. This was kind of the last area that I cleared out, so might be another day or two before this stuff all comes back. At some point I'll get a better instinct for how long stuff takes to respawn in these various areas, and I'll waste less effort coming out here when I don't need to. It is all about the sticks, though. Yeah, I'm not sure if you played Wintermute, but there's a wolf eating a deer carcass in the middle of the clearing that's up here, and he's there. Like the game, you know, throws up a little warning when you walk by there if you're playing this normally on Wintermute, telling you to avoid the wolves.
My fingers feel numb.
But if you distract him away from the carcass, you can harvest the carcass, obviously, and then the carcass will respawn. Likewise, if you kill the wolf, he'll respawn after a few days also. The previous time I did this, I didn't have the distress pistol, so I decided to take it this time expressly so I can kill the wolf without having... in order to clear him out, I had to actually get in a struggle with them. And this silly little knife or shard of metal, is actually pretty terrible for struggles. It doesn't break out of them very well. Yeah, so I might be able to get 3 more wolf kills. I could try for a struggle if I'm really brave. But, yeah, hopefully 3 more. And, I don't need to kill him, like, on cooldown. Right now he's down that little side path. And he hasn't really come out of there, so he's not been any sort of problem. So really no need to chase after him. Yeah, he was about 4 kilograms. I do run the risk of there's the infection risk, right? So, it could end poorly. If I get parasites, it could end very bad, because this is all the medicine I'm gonna get, right? The birch, there's 2 birch bark that respawn every couple of days, sort of like the sticks. So I will be able to get some birch, but yeah, other medicine is not coming. You do actually have a choice when you're loading the plane. You can choose a food crate, the distress pistol crate, or a medicine, like emergency medicine crate. And that crate will actually, whatever you pick, shows up at the crash. But yeah, so this one, the previous one I did 40 days. And that one, I didn't really know about that mechanic. Like, I didn't realize that what you picked actually showed up at the crash. So I just picked, like, it was whatever I clicked randomly first. It was like the emergency medicine kit, which not that helpful. So matches, 19 left plus the flare. So yeah, but sticks I'm actually really ahead on. I've got a lot of sticks, which is going to matter because once my clothing degrades, it's going to get cold, and I'm going to need to run fires more and more. Yep, still 1%. It'd be 4% if I ate 2 pieces. But the meat's actually, it's actually really nice. I need 720 calories to do a 12-hour sleep. So 1 piece covers that. It's actually pretty nice, considering the 1% risk. So that's what I'm kind of doing right now, is took the 1% risk. I'm really just delaying starting a fire until I actually need it for warmth. The weather's pretty pleasant, but every once in a while you'll get a cold night that'll break you out of the sleep. I mean, if episode 5 I'm ready to go. I'll stream episode 5 for sure. I'm sure everybody, there'll be a lot of them to choose from. Yeah, it wakes you when your temperature bar goes to 0. In my last run, I did get hypothermia because I kind of pushed things a little too long, and that was pretty awful. It definitely shortened the run. But yeah, so I'm
pretty confident I can do more than 40. I think the distress pistol is going to help a lot. All right. I'm not expecting any bunny respawns. I really don't have any, like, this is kind of like, these are the days where I'm just going to be basically passing time. There's really, I've got no tasks, nothing going on, no reason to really stray from the shelter. So I'm just going to do a nice long time pass here.
Dusk, so night can't be far behind.
Oh, damn. That was supposed to be a time pass. Well, I guess it kind of is. Damn. Alright. That's fine. That's fine. Alright, I just gotta make sure the temperature gets up. And then I can do my 12-hour sleep. Actually, it's gonna be about 9 hours.
Looks like I made it through another night.
Shoot, that sleep actually kind of really messed up my timing. All right. I got 6 minutes before the next autosave. All right, I'm gonna push this pretty low. Here, actually, I'm gonna grab my. I like how it's warning me.
Something's making me feel tired.
All right. Yeah, I want this to be as close to a 12-hour sleep as possible. So I'm gonna have to push it way low. All right. Watch this rebound. Yeah, as long as I can get not woken up by cold, it's magical. It is. Screw the bear bed.
I need to find something to drink.
All right, so 4 minutes to an autosave.
kind of is that's the last of my food, though. These are like small pieces of wolf that I don't want to eat. That'll be final days food. Emergency. This is nothing. I think I'm too many days away from the next bunny spawn, so I don't think I can delay cooking for too long.
Can you eat trees?
Can you eat trees? Yeah, either way, in Wintermute you wouldn't. Wintermute isn't like affected by DLC items, so yeah, there's no fat. Alright, I'm actually going to intentionally wait for this autosave so I can, it's in 2 minutes. Once it hits, I can relog and go look for sticks or stuff. Come on, get warm. Get warm.
Thank goodness. Made it through another night. So cold.
Alright. It's gonna be under a minute here first. Yeah, that's one of my points about the DLC. It makes the early game easier, and late game is avoidable. Like the difficult stuff is all avoidable. Alright, there's the autosave, so quit and resume. Let's get fully warm here. Yeah, I don't need to be carrying all these sticks. This coal cave has got to be respawning soon. Oh yeah, and the DLC definitely offsets any later game difficulty with like that trader, right? That's a huge buff to the end game. I mean, yeah, it's you got to do some work to make it really good, but just the fact that it exists. Oh, I do have a piece in here. Oh, cool. Okay, so this is one more day left. One more day that I don't need to make a fire. Hopefully.
Yeah, when Hinterland gets off their asses and actually finishes the base game, I will get the DLC, and then I'll have to think about how to make the game difficult again. And the answer cannot be just ignore the flower. Alright, birch bark. Birch bark, birch. There we go. Nice. Yeah, pies are nuts. I actually can't really afford to stay cold for too long here. I'm just gonna get a couple sticks and get out of here.
Damn, freezing.
Looks like stones are respawning too. That's nice. This wolf is a really good roommate. He's like staying on his side of the apartment. He's not reading my food supplies. Good dog. Day is this? I keep stopping. I think this is day 9. See, every time I do one of these, I have to watch back the VOD so I get an accurate count of days. There's no stats page in this, so I don't actually know. I think it's day 9 though. Drift really low again.
Feels like night is coming. Feels like something is sapping my energy.
Actually can wait a little bit because I'm not fatigued enough, but I've stopped taking damage. No, I better sleep early because it could get cold later in the night. So yeah, I'm gonna sleep. I think it'll just be about 11. All right, pretty good. This will be day 10, I think.
I need to find food.
I should have bunnies respawning soon.
That guy who drank his own pee doesn't seem so crazy right now.
And I will actually be right back. I'm just going to wait for the autosave.
Looks like I survived another night. Looks like a new day is dawning.
He's so pleasant. So pleasant and hopeful. Alright, now I really am out of food. So regardless of anything, I'm going to need to do a fire. Oh, good. Cole's back.
Where can I find something to eat?
Clearly miles away from that civilization. Just me in this remote tower. Lens? Yeah, that would be everything. Yeah, there'd be almost no limit, because I do think running out of matches
I need some water.
is going to be the limitation.
once the clothing degrades enough, you know, you just need fires all the time and somewhat unpredictably. And the shelter's great, but I can't put the shelter... There's no protected fire spot near the shelter. You know, this is an okay spot. You know, it's not bad, but it's not fully protected.
Too cold to think.
And this is a new shelter spot for me too. Previously I put it kind of where the cave is, just outside the cave. But I wanted it a little bit more central, since I do take these long walks to check on respawns, sticks and all that. I'm not sure why I'm going out when it's so cold. Respawned his meat. How cold is it? Yeah, I'll grab it. It got cold. Alright, let's run it back. Yeah. It's science. I don't know. I don't know how you justify it, but he respawns his meat. So yeah, if I get a nice fire here, like I'm gonna be making a ton of food. I've got a lot of fuel. Like this next fire worth of food is gonna last me a very long time.
Can't feel my feet.
I'll probably drag all the raw meat to the cave and cook in there. Just so that there's no risk of wind messing with the fire. And actually this is probably about the time to do that. I'm half tired. I need to make sure that I have enough time to cook all this food. Yeah, I think that's what the plan is. All right. Really need some sort of storage solution.
Too much stuff to carry.
Respawn rate on the deer meat. Maybe like 4-day-ish. It feels like it's a little shorter than the bunny respawn. I think the bunnies are about 5 days. Which they actually, I'm gonna be checking them while I'm doing this fire. I was really hoping to be able to catch like their next respawn, you know, just so I could do this fire. Match. No rabbits. I guess that's fair.
That didn't work. Come on.
So that's 1, 2. This is 3 deer spawns worth of meat. I already cooked 1. I think this is day 10 or 11? 10? Man, so hard to keep track. Maybe I think it's day 10. So actually, it might be about 2 to 3 days for the meat. Yeah, hopefully I got enough sticks. I put the fire right on the, I found where the dividing line is and put the fire right there. So if I stand on this side, I'm actually technically standing outside. I can extend the fire even longer, taking off clothes. Reminder to put my clothes back on. It is day 10. I mean, I'm pretty sure. I tried various things to try to keep track of the days. I tried like a number, just in in my OBS, and I just update it every day. It's tried doing it in game. That didn't really work very well. I'm gonna drink. That'll save me a little bit of damage until I can get this cooking session done. I basically have to always be making water because I only have 1 can. Yeah, there's just no, day timer, or time, time played stat or anything like that. As far as I know. I mean, I don't know, there might be something hidden, but I've not been able to find it.
holding off cooking the rosehip tea because I don't know if like calories or water is going to be a limiting factor. If I can get ahead on water, then I'll make them. Yeah, exactly. It might be a fun, fun community challenge to have like fastest, Wintermute runs, Exactly.
Sunset. It's gonna get a lot colder soon.
They must calculate it in real time then, right? Not in-game time.
Need water.
Like for this, I would want to know in-game time. Because it's a duration challenge. All right, no parasites. Woo. The clothing is absolutely taking a beating. This is going to be my limiting factor. I'm going to run out of clothing essentially. I'm going to be naked, but I could last a very long time. Like what's this? Day 10, and this is like really my second cooking fire. That's crazy, right? And I'm making enough food here to last at least another 10 days. This is more meat than I had on my previous fire.
So, like, food and water for the survival isn't a problem. It's going to be these clothes. I think the main thing is that I don't think the snow shelter really protects against, like, environmental damage to clothing. It's basically like you're standing outside for that. Like, you get warmth and all that, but I don't think it protects you. Like, you still are like, for clothing, you're still counted as being outside. There's a death percent. Death? Well, that's easy. You just walk into the fire. That's not a challenge. That's dumb. Another quirk about this run is I've never seen any auroras. You know, there's an aurora the night that you crash, but after that, I never see any auroras. So I think that's like locked behind, you know, some step in the story. Get an autosave here. Unfortunately, it's windy, so I really can't take this fire with me. I may just have to throw a lot of fuel on it, because I really want to check for the rabbits respawning. I forgot it auto-equips. I should just drop clothing. Because picking it up auto-equips it.
Not sure why I feel so tired.
Nobody. Episode 1, 22 minutes.
How am I organizing this? Minutes ago, autosave. Yeah, I need autosave load. Oh, that's raw. I pretty much just have to make water until I gotta check for the bunnies. I'm gonna make water until I have to sleep. And unfortunately that's where the fire is gonna have to end. If the bunnies had spawned, I'd extend it, but I think I'm a day short on the bunnies. Min-maxing water by milliliters.
disappearing.
Okay, what'll be a real pisser is if it gets too cold. I'll be very mad that I didn't keep the fire if it gets too cold to sleep. It's like 500. Half this should be about right. A little over. Alright, so hopefully have a 12-hour sleep. Hey, Deadpool. What's up? Survived another night.
I'd eat anything right about now.
Yeah, there's the bunny. Well, bunnies.
No,
Other two will be up there. Weren't you just in here? Hang on. Are you two timing? How's it going, Deadpool? Doing okay. Except for snowbank physics.
At the same time, we were facing destruction. This small miracle.
That was in the face.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah, I think this is like day 11, and it's feeling okay. Feeling pretty good.
Like an empty pit.
So the plan is to, play it smart and stay near the plane crash, because that's where the rescuers are certainly going to show up any time now. So I don't want to stray too far away from the plane crash, otherwise they won't find me. I don't know why I was carrying that bunny. That's a dumb mistake. He's not regrown his meat yet. How's your run going, Deadpool?
So I'm going to stay up here, try to get some stick respawns. Actually, that was an autosave, so I'll do this. Now try to get some stick respawns. Mutated deer. Yeah, that deer, he respawns his meat every couple of days. The normal sticks, not the branches right now. It's a little cold for branches. Wolf Wrangler? I've done Wolf Wrangler a couple of times. I mean, there's proof. Hey, I was debating, with Nuka about her leaderboard, So I just went and made my own.
Someplace to escape this cold.
Hope Wolfie stays over in his little area there. It's been actually really nice not having to deal with him roaming around here.
Oh, see, the old ones respawn or despawn. The old carcasses. Just fill it in. What is this? This is how I'm going to get rescued. This is to indicate, to the, presumably the rescue chopper, where I am. Since I had to leave the direct area of the crash, well, I'm following what survival guides say and leaving indications of where I've gone and where I am. Back by the plane crash, there's arrows that point what direction I went. And this is just a big X, to be visible from the sky. Yeah. If Astrid made it out of here, she's, obviously looking for a way to send help to me. Although she's probably dead because she left the, she left the plane crash and all she left was like scraps of, snagged shards of clothing on the tips of branches. She wasn't very smart. She should have stayed with the plane crash. So she's probably out there dead, She's probably tried to wander out into the wilderness and nah, she's probably dead. And if she's not dead, I'm going to be very mad with her because she basically left me lying in a ditch with metal impaling my hands, next to a burning wreckage of a plane. She never tried to even look for me. She just took off. Like, what's up with that?
He really is. Astrid is the villain of this. Oh, I've got a map now. I didn't have this before. I wonder what triggered this coming up. All right, I'm gonna ignore that. I'm gonna imagine that this is all there is. It's immersion breaking. Clearly, I would not know that this town exists. I would just think I'm in the middle of the wilderness. I tried to open the map earlier, and it actually gave a message, like something like "You have no maps," something like that. Also, he wouldn't have this map because I have no access to charcoal. I can't get charcoal from my fires, so how would he even have this map? Makes no sense. When's the last time I had an autosave? 2 minutes ago. Yeah. The buttworms. No, there's no buttworms. I'm not going to say there may never be. I am going to eat this wolf a couple times, I think. But, you know. Alright, this is actually kind of warm weather. I'm going to try to get as many branches as I can. Yep. Yeah, there's feathers. There's I haven't been collecting. There's no point in them. Like, there's nothing to do with them. I can't repair clothing. I can't craft anything other than like the basics, right? Hey, if you ever hear anybody, you know, saying that they struggled with Wintermute, just tell them you know somebody that survived at the crash for 40 days. Maybe more at the end of this run, I don't know, but... Also, Snow Shelter MVP. It's not really worth taking more cold damage. As much as I'd like these branches, I'll wait for a warmer day and get them. This is more of a constant battle. Well, yeah. I do like, you know, pointless records, I guess. It just struck me, like, by all rights, Will, you know, should have never let the plane crash, so I'm making him do it. He knows better. And I'm going to stay here as long as possible. I'm going to be stumbling with no, you know, with no matches, probably no clothes. I'm going to be stumbling out of this region, this little area. All right. Yeah, I'm just going to pass time. Got nothing else to do. This is going to be kind of a risky sleep. It might wake me up.
Just need to close my eyes.
490, 609. No, that won't work. $439, 650. That should be 720, right?
At the same time, we were facing
725, perfect.
this small miracle was taking place. Welcome aboard.
All right, let's really hope it gets warm here. Really hope.
Looks like I made it through another night.
Back at full. Oh, and it's sunset. Ugh. I'm on some pretty bad timing for this. I mean, it's actually not too bad. It means I can kind of watch for it getting really cold. I don't have to try to risk sleeping through the really cold part.
Need a drink.
Heck yeah, it's just getting back to nature. Refreshes the soul. Come on, respawn your meat. My arrows could be a little better.
Dusk, so night can't be far behind.
But I'm waiting for stones to respawn. Yeah, if Astrid knew anything about survival, she would have put down some arrows telling me which direction she went. She's pretty dumb. Found a flare gun through beachcombing, by the way. Is that a thing? Yeah. I'm really wondering if sticks just don't respawn down here. I think I ran into this last time. I don't think sticks and branches respawn down in this area. Took my mag lens, of course. Use that mag lens for, you know, reading my navigational maps. It's okay. She wouldn't know how to use it anyway. Like, she's really bad at survival. I mean, gee, you know, the flare gun. Okay, this is the only exit, and we found her tattered cloth like right here on this stick. She walked right by the flare gun. Walked right by it. You're gonna tell me that she's a good survivor? No. Yeah. Oh, not to mention that she clearly left her case right there. I don't know what's up with her. That is, okay, like, real talk, that is a super huge plot hole in the Wintermute story.
My head feels...
Because it's pretty clearly indicated that she was at the upper part of the crash. That she was at least coherent enough to make a fire, right? Because down by the rabbits, she made a fire. But she didn't grab her case. That makes no sense. Like, this very important case, very secretive, super important, so important that she came to her estranged husband, ex-husband, I'm not even sure, and begged him to fly her out at a moment's notice. She knows that you breathe too hard. Because screw Will, yeah. I don't know. I consider that, like, that's a huge plot hole. And it's so sad because it's so easy to fix. What should have happened is, okay, so, you know, spoilers if you haven't played Wintermute, but, you know, if you haven't played Wintermute, it's your own damn fault. She does, you know, she comes down here. She was in the town, encountered some trouble. It very easily could have been set up such that she took the case with her, but got separated from it in the town, right? And that's where Will finds it. But to have the case still at the plane crash where she was makes zero sense. Like, it could have easily been that she, you know, in order to, you know, save herself and get out of this area, the mountain, out of Milton, that that she could have lost the case in that process. Like, there's definitely room in the story for that, and Will could have recovered it. Chased by a wolf. Well, yeah. I mean, there's. Yeah, I won't spoil it, but yeah. Like a, you know, being chased. Yes, exactly. And, you know, he could have easily found it, and then it's in his possession, and now he's got to return it to her, right? Totally makes sense. Leaving it at the crash doesn't make sense. All right. Yeah. I think I'm gonna drink a little water. I need to make it to dawn, and I need to be tired to do it. So this is past time. Just need to watch temperatures. Might not go for a full day's sleep. It's actually kind of warm right now. Yeah, let's just do 6 hours. That'll wake me up in the middle of the afternoon. Oh, that was an autosave. Let's do that.
Tongue feels like sandpaper.
7 hours sleep. I really should make a little chart next to my monitor that tells me how many calories each hour of sleep total needs. 420. Overshot it a little. That's good. That puts me in the warm part of the afternoon. Why am I carrying 60 sticks? Alright. No go on the bunnies. Stones. Birch bark. This is actually pretty nice. I'm getting ahead on the birch bark. That's going to be really helpful later. There's a mega art in the entire area. Well, Savage Garter has commissioned a giant dong. I could always do that. We have invisible crows. Invisible crows, again, above a invisible corpse. Carcass. Should mean that's going to respawn with his meat soon. Kusama scale insulation. I'm not familiar with that. I guess I should Google that. Alright, I get you. I get the gist. Never heard of that before, but I get the gist.
build a rock cache. That'd actually be handy for storing all my sticks.
Can't feel my hands.
So what I'll do is I'll try to finish the big X in the stones,
Getting kind of thirsty.
and then yeah, it should be respawning soon. I'll finish the X with stones, you know, make it official, and then whatever I have left,
Never felt so cold in my life.
reclaimed wood or whatever, I'll do something else. Yeah, have a good one, Bubba.
I'm so thirsty I can't think straight.
Thanks for the follow. What was that, day 12? Man, I'm so bad at keeping track of this. So it might be approaching day 13.
Feels like night is coming. Thank goodness. Made it through another night.
Just gonna push the... Push health way down.
I'd lay down right here if I thought I'd ever wake up again.
Yep. Past time till health is almost gone.
Something to drink.
Nighttime and those crows are still... Invisible crows are still going. I've seen this bug in normal survival also. Yeah, it's not respawned yet.
like I survived another night. Can't feel my feet.
Just gonna sit here for a minute until the autosave happens. I've officially lost track of days. Maybe 14. Autosave.
Someplace to escape this cold.
next time. Hey, Kia.
My fingers feel numb. So cold. Just want to lay down for a bit. Damn, I'm freezing. The sun's setting. It's gonna get a lot colder soon. I think I need to lay down.
too cold. Well, actually, it's a good stopping point. I was thinking about wrapping it up anyway. So, yeah, we'll do that. Alright, we're going to read over to a really fun player, Games and Cookies. She's just getting back into the game. She had to take a little bit of a break. But she's very entertaining. So, I'm going to head over there. Thanks y'all for watching. I'll pick this up next time maybe. Or maybe get back to the interloper run. Or whatever else strikes the fancy. Alright, we're going to head over there. Thanks all.